Victor, Christina, Jeremy, we're going to the moon.
This vehicle, along with about 8.8 million pounds of thrust, is going to accelerate the Artemis 2 crew here farther into space than we've ever sent humans before around the moon, back here safely to Earth.
We are going to, on this mission for the first time, test out the life support system with water delivery, oxygen delivery for the astronauts, so we're all excited.
This is just such a shining example of collaboration, and it just deserves to be celebrated.
This is a test flight. And so the activities that we do together, we are going to learn from them.
We have developed an integrated research campaign that will support all of our future Artemis missions to make sure that we can travel safely in space and bring everybody home.
Focus from every minute is going to be the most important thing. We're never taking a sigh of relief. We're never stepping back. We're bringing everything into this consolidated moment of performing in our time.
Christina and I may very well be the ones on the microphone when we're closest to the moon, so that we can put her eyeballs on the surface and I'm recording pictures and recording her, and those moments may change what we know about the moon, what we know about the Earth, what we know about our solar system and the universe. That's mind-blowing.
Good morning, everyone. You are looking live at Launch Complex 39B at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. This is the latest mission from KSC and an important and historic one for America's space agency, as NASA, in partnership with the Canadian Space Agency, the European Space Agency, and many others around the world, are preparing to send 4 astronauts on a journey to the moon, the first time humans will be heading moonbound since 1972, more than 53 years ago. Last time NASA launched a mission from this site was the Apollo 10, Apollo 10 was the first time that NASA launched a Saturn V rocket from Launch Complex 39B. This pad has been home to 59 more missions since then, including the Artemis 1 flight, which took off on November in 2022. You're looking at the Space Launch System rocket sitting atop the mobile launcher, getting ready to blast off with the Orion spacecraft using 8.8 million pounds of thrust, a combination of the 2 solid rocket boosters, those large white 5 segments that you see on either side of the orange core stage. The core stage powered by 4 RS-25 engines from Aerojet Rocketdyne, pulling from Shuttle Heritage for this next chapter in human exploration. Good morning and welcome. This is Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Artemis 2 mission. I'm Will Robinson-Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now. It's very good to be with you here on this historic day for NASA and its partners getting ready to send humans on a journey to the moon, a mission that is backed by lots of preparation, and as the crew would say, without expectation. There are a lot of things that they are hoping to accomplish on this mission, a lot of factors that they're watching for, where if they need to, they could return home, could alter the mission, but the most important thing is that once this rocket takes off, that the crew gets home safely. This is about a 9-day and some change mission, and there's a lot on the agenda. This is just a little bit of an overview, as you can see here, from the flight plan for the crew as they get ready to blast off. So lots that they're going to be covering after liftoff and going on their 9-day and change mission, heading on a free trajectory loop around the moon with a splashdown off the coast of California coming up next week if all goes well on the 10th. Looking back out now live at the pad, the official go for fueling has been granted by the Artemis launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. Continuing on in that role since the Artemis 1 launch, the crew has been hard at work going through several simulations of fueling of launch day, of the ascent, all to prepare for this moment when you have the crew meet their ticket to ride, the SLS rocket, getting ready to take off You can see the L- clock in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. We're currently at L- or launch minus 10 hours, 41 minutes, 7 seconds and counting. Now there are two clocks that are working in tandem with today's flight, the L- clock and the T- clock. There are a number of planned holds within that terminal clock that we'll be watching for, and that's to assess the fueling process and also to give time for additional checkouts if those are needed by the flight teams. The T- clock currently in the planned hold at T- 8 hours and 10 minutes. This hold set to last for a little bit longer, built in for the start of the prop load process. The T- clock will resume just a hair before 8:30 this morning, so we're about 45 minutes away from that T- clock lifting. At that point in the count, we will be in core stage liquid hydrogen slow fill start. So the SLS rocket is made up of two main components as far as the core of it is concerned, where the fueling is going to be happening. You have the core stage, that main body, which is comprised primarily of what you see below the part of the rocket where it starts to taper on down towards the white engine section near the mobile launcher base. There's a large liquid hydrogen tank and a large liquid oxygen tank. And then above that, you have the rocket's upper stage, known as the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. That too powered by a combination of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen that feed into an upper stage manufactured by United Launch Alliance with heritage derived from the Delta IV rocket. The upper stage powered by a single RL-10 engine, which has more than 60 years of heritage in the various iterations of the RL-10 that have been flown on numerous launch vehicles, currently supporting the launches of ULA's Atlas V as well as its Vulcan rockets. The two solid rocket boosters on either side of the vehicle provide about 75% of that 8.8 million pounds of thrust at liftoff, manufactured by Northrop Grumman. The core stage main contributor is Boeing. Moving up the rocket, you have the European service module with the commercial prime, that is Airbus, based in Germany. And as the name would suggest, has a lot of input and oversight from the European Space Agency, which is why when we see closer-up shots of the lower part of the Orion spacecraft, the European service module, you'll see both the NASA and the ESA logos on that. Above the European service module is the crew module with its prime contractor Lockheed Martin. Some of the base work for the Orion spacecraft is done down at the Michoud Assembly Facility in Louisiana. That's where the pressure vessel is built. Final assembly happens here in Florida. Lockheed Martin has a combination of sites where they conduct a flow of operations. Across the river, closer to Titusville, you have the Star Center. And then here at the Kennedy Space Center, they also have space in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. At the top of the rocket, where it comes to a point, that is part of the safety mechanism for the Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft that is called the Launch Abort System. In the unlikely event that there were to be an issue, once the crew is on board, the rocket is fully fueled and the closeout crew has departed. In the case of an emergency, they do have that last-minute abort capability, which is powered by 4 motors at the top of the LAS, and that very quickly pulls the crew away from the rest of the rocket. It's a very harsh and hard mode of abort, but it's there in case of that emergency. And they have that capability for a good way up the hill before the launch abort system is jettisoned, and that happens about a little less than 3.5 minutes after liftoff. Throughout the course of this morning, we're going to be joined by a whole host of guests to talk about all sorts of facets from this mission, from the hardware that makes it possible for this rocket to launch to the people behind it, and looking forward to the future of lunar exploration, both from the government side as well as from the commercial side. And we're very happy that you're along with us for the ride today. As we're starting off here this morning, I want to thank the more than 1,200 of you who woke up early, or if it's a little bit later in the day, are joining us wherever you are in the world as this global launch is about to take place a little more than 10 and a half hours from now. If you haven't already, you could support our live coverage this morning just by clicking the like button beneath the video and sharing the stream, allowing some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. I want to thank our moderator in the chat, Jeff Hansen, who's holding it down now at this early stage in the mission. If you do see any of the other mods cruise on in throughout the course of the coverage, be sure to give them a big old Spaceflight now hello. And you can help our moderators just by following our live chat rules. We ask that you would be kind enough to post your message in English so that the mods can respond as necessary. There are lots of great forums for politics and religion. This is not one of them, however, so we kindly ask that you steer away from those topics. Emojis are perfectly fine. We just ask that you don't create a huge block of them so it takes up a large percentage of the live chat today. And last but certainly not least, we ask that you treat each other with the kindness and respect that you yourself would like to be treated, and we'll all get along swimmingly. As we are rolling through the count, currently L minus 10 hours, 34 minutes and counting, we are about to be joined by one of our very first guests of the day. It's going to be a long, robust day, again, talking about the hardware, the heritage, the people behind the propulsion. And we are about to be joined by one of those propulsion experts here in just a moment. Stand by. We're about to talk about the power of the upper stage, the RL-10 engine. Time of the count currently L minus 10 hours, 26 minutes and change. At this point, the core stage liquid oxygen transfer line chill is underway and should be complete. Chill down for liquid hydrogen on the core stage also getting underway at the same time. Coming up, the next big milestone just after the top of the hour is the core stage liquid oxygen main propulsion chill down, and that'll be followed about a half an hour later by the start of liquid hydrogen slow fill, which should last about 30 minutes time. And again, the T-minus clock still in the planned hold at T-minus 8 hours and 10 minutes. That's set to lift at about 8:34 a.m. this morning. Welcome in, everybody. If you're just joining us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Artemis 2 mission. We are in the very early stages of the tanking process for the SLS rocket. The upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, will come a little bit later in the count, but as we are going throughout the day, we're going to be joined by a whole variety of guests to talk about all the facets of the rocket, all of the pieces and parts of this mission, from crew to the science to what they will be experiencing on the trip up and on the way down. And speaking of on the trip up, we are joined by our very first guest of the day, Nicole Cummings, who is the RL10 manager for L3 Harris. Nicole, it's good to see you this morning.
Nice to see you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate being here. It's an exciting day.
It is a very exciting day, and we're glad to have your expertise and talking about the upper stage and the power behind it, the RL10.
Yes.
This is the second time that humans have been flying on this particular engine. Learned a lot, I'm sure, from the first time around.
Absolutely.
How are you feeling with take two?
Oh, we're excited. We're confident. We're excited. It is proven reliability. We're just ready to go.
And so for those unfamiliar with the timeline of things, after launch there will be two very important burns of the RL10.
Yes.
You talk about those.
So we have two burns. We have a short one, and then we have our second one that's going to get us into that high Earth orbit. That's the important one. That gets us there, and then it takes Orion up where it needs to go. And then the astronauts do their maneuvers. This is the most important part. One of the most important parts is the maneuvering that they're going to do to test out the vehicle. So RL10 gets the Orion and the crew where they need to go.
And, the RL10, folks may think, RL10, I feel like I've heard that somewhere. That's because it's been around for more than 6 decades.
Over 60 years of proven reliability, yes. The RL10 has history. We've explored every planet in the solar system, and that's just speaks a lot about the history about RL10. And we have a lot of history. We're proven. We're the little engine that could, and we pack a very powerful punch.
And in your mind, what is it about the RL10 that's allowed it to endure for so many decades across the various launch vehicles it's been attached to?
Well, again, it's just proven. We've been on, I think it's 6 models. We've done, I can't even think of them all, but Centaur, Atlas, SLS, we've done so many, and we've been in this industry for 60 years. We're proven, and we have a lot of pride and reliability behind the RL10.
Proven, but continue to iterate as things advance. Of course, Vulcan's flying the Centaur 5, which continues to rely on the RL10. How are you pushing this forward as you build upon the reliability you have and making sure it continues to provide the increased demand for performance?
Well, it depends on our customer. We're here to meet our customer needs. We've made modifications for different vehicles. We're evolving, but we continue to keep that core of what the RL10 is all about. And we continue to evolve as time goes on.
And, the gravity of this being a human mission, I mean, like we mentioned at the top of our conversation, we've seen RL10 support humans before with the launch of Starliner and the crew flight test. For humans back on board on top of this engine, how are you thinking about just that element in particular of having the privilege, but also the responsibility of making sure that they get not just to that low Earth orbit with that initial burn, but importantly to that high Earth orbit, which sets them on the course for the TLI?
Yeah, we had them come to the site for training, and when you actually look at them eye to eye, you realize the importance of this, and we take it very seriously. The team is just one. We make sure quality is behind everything we do. But when we were looking at them eye to eye, we realized, hey, this is important, this is huge, this is history, and we take great pride in that history. So having these astronauts and being able to look them in the eye and work with them, it means so much, and we just took that pride with us with every single iteration of what we did in this model of RL10.
And, to get here and get set up this morning, I know all of us got here and got up pretty early. Did you happen to take a look out on the drive and look at the moon? And how are you seeing it now that it's the destination for people that I'm sure you now call a friend?
Oh yeah, it's just when I was driving in and thinking about it, I can't explain all that's going on inside. I've been working in this industry for 21 years and 8 years on this particular Artemis mission, and it's a totally different perspective when you have footprints on this and you're a part of history. It's just something that's unexplainable, but take great pride and joy in it.
And just speaking to your background, you started in an intern role and then built your way up in this industry. What about being in the world of propulsion has captured your attention, focus, and keeps you hungry to keep pushing and learning more about how all this works and how it can perform to its best?
You know what, just starting off as an intern, I didn't understand it at all. I was just happy to have a job. But the first time I actually stepped on the platform of the shuttle, we were going on a tour, and I was like, man, I'm in space, and I'm part of this propulsion. It's just, I never wanted to leave. I'm still here 21 years later. And again, it's just being a part of this and being a part of the space industry. It has really shaped my career. I don't want to go anywhere. I love it. And it's just such a great experience and accomplishment just being a part of this as well.
And last question, as we're continuing to watch the countdown tick by, for all the young folks out there, the kids that are watching this mission, I mean, for our generation, we've never seen humans venture out to the moon. What do you think this moment is going to mean for them and for people that are watching you in particular who think, rocket engines sound pretty cool, I might want to get into that. What would you have to say to that part of our audience?
That's the best part of it. I go into the classrooms a lot, and this morning I got all these students texting me, good luck, good luck, good luck. And I'm just happy to see the excitement in it. It's like I haven't felt this excitement in the industry in 21 years as I do now. And to see the kids engage in it and to get excited about it, it just feels like it brings it all together. So that's the best part for me, is seeing the student excitement. And they're starting off so young, and all the way to college students. I've had all these texts this morning. So that part of it just really, it brings it all together and aligns what we're here for.
Well, we're very excited to have you inspiring the youth of the world, and we appreciate you sharing your expertise with us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Nicole Cummings with L3 Harrison. Just the first of a wealth of knowledge that we're bringing here to the broadcast, so don't go anywhere. Much more to come. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Artemis II mission launch. Time now currently L- 10 hours, 30 seconds and counting. The clock continues to run. The T- clock hold is getting ready to lift, coming up here in about 10 minutes time at 8:34 a.m. Eastern. That'll be at L- 9 hours, 50 minutes, and the T- clock will pick up out of the hold, the planned hold, at T- 8 hours and 10 minutes and begin to run. Before that, though, coming up here in about 6 minutes time will be the start of core stage liquid hydrogen slow fill start. The core stage on the liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage is one of the biggest components of that part of the vehicle. It's 27.6 feet in length. That's about 8.41 meters. Or, excuse me, got my numbers backwards. 27.6 feet or 8.41 meters in diameter. It's 131 feet or 39.6 meters tall. Again, the core stage manufactured principally by Boeing. It was brought out here to be mated inside the VAB over the summer of 2024. The liquid hydrogen tank has a capacity of 537,000 gallons, which is about 2 million liters for that liquid hydrogen. For those who've been following along with the process for the Artemis 2 mission, NASA had to conduct a pair of wet dress rehearsal tanking tests. The first time around, they ran into issues with loading hydrogen onto the core stage because they encountered a leak in the part of the mobile launcher called the tail service mast umbilical, or the TSMU. Currently L- 9 hours, 56 minutes, 27 seconds and counting. Want to give you a better idea of the fix that NASA employed to make sure that the leak issue encountered during the first wet dress rehearsal was mitigated for the subsequent second WDR and put them in a good position where they feel comfortable with it going into tanking today. You're taking a look at two photos of the two sides of the TSMU. There's an 8-inch and a 4-inch line, both for the hydrogen side as well as the oxygen flow. This is concerning the hydrogen that we're talking about. So if you're looking directly at the SLS rocket, which you can see in the live box on the right-hand side of your screen. It is the large gray structure that's a couple of stories tall on the right, which is sitting in front of the engine section. So we're looking, if you can imagine, on the opposite side of that right TSMU, or the tail service mast umbilical. Where these photos are concerned, if you look at the one on the left, that white ring that you see inside, that is the metal component of the seal that was replaced after the wet dress rehearsal number 1 and before WDR number 2. The work was able to be done at the pad, so this was not the reason why they rolled the rocket back to the VAB. That was because of a helium issue on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, which had to be worked on inside the vehicle assembly building because of where they needed to get into the vehicle. It just wasn't possible to do that work out at the pad. So they rolled back after the second wet dress rehearsal, conducted that work as well as other pre-launch activities before returning the 322-foot tall launch vehicle out to Launch Complex 39B. While back in the VAB, NASA also replaced a similar seal regarding the liquid oxygen side. And given how these seals react over time, the newer they are, the better suited they are to preventing the types of leaks that caused the first wet dress rehearsal to have to stop early before NASA achieved its test objectives and caused them to conduct a second wet dress rehearsal. But the agency believes that all these issues are behind them now, and they're in a comfortable mode to step into the start of fueling this massive rocket. Currently at L-9 hours, 53 minutes, 19 seconds and counting. Just at the bottom of the hour here, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. Core stage LH2 slow fill start should now be underway. We'll go ahead and double check that for you. Again, local time here at the Kennedy Space Center is 8:32 a.m. Eastern, 12:32 UTC for all of our friends joining us from around the globe. At this point in the count, we should be in the start of the core stage LH2 slow fill start. However, the latest from NASA was an update back at 7:58 a.m., a little more than half an hour ago, saying that the liquid oxygen main propulsion system chill for the core stage was underway. They have not said anything about the start of flow for liquid hydrogen, so we'll look for those updates and, of course, bring them to you, monitoring the situation from here at the Kennedy Space Center, and we'll let you know as far as we're able to ascertain as to when the start of hydrogen loading up onto the core stage gets underway. Now, NASA does have a 2-hour window of opportunity for today's flight. That opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern, 22:24 UTC, which would be, of course, a lovely daylight launch before the sun sets this evening. But if they need to push further into the window, they have quite a bit of latitude to do so. And of course, throughout the course of the countdown and tanking, teams will continue to watch the weather. And in fact, if we go to the turn basin shot here, you can see one of those cute. Taking a live look inside Firing Room 1 for a moment, back out at Launch Complex 39B. A brief bit of commentary from the NASA production team about operations today, but did not confirm at standing by. Commentators saying that slow fill for liquid hydrogen is now underway. Local time 8:37 a.m. Eastern, L-9 hours, 46 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. NASA commentators report that slow fill on both the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen tanks on the core stage are currently underway. We'd expected to hear that the liquid hydrogen slow fill start had begun. That was scheduled to begin at L-9 hours and 55 minutes, or about 8:29 a.m. this morning. A little bit ahead of schedule on the start of core stage liquid oxygen slow fill. We were anticipating that per the originally published timeline at 8:44 a.m. or roughly L-9 hours and 40 minutes. The liquid hydrogen has been the trickier item of the two, with the propellant load process for the original wet dress rehearsal. So after doing analysis from both of the tanking tests, per the original published timeline, NASA had set aside about 30 minutes for the slow fill portion of liquid hydrogen onto the core stage and about 10 minutes for liquid oxygen. But again, the timeline already starting to shift a little bit, so those times that I just mentioned as far as the duration for slow fill on both the LOX and the hydrogen side may adjust as the count goes on. Well, teams have tanked this rocket before and have done a bunch of practice operations with the crew and with the launch team here at the Kennedy Space Center. Today will, of course, be the first time that the crew will be loaded into the Orion capsule on a fully fueled SLS rocket down beneath. Looking out at the crew access arm there in the big box on your screen with the Artemis program logo that was added to it between the Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 missions. Once the crew arrives at the launch pad, they will go up to the floor with a mobile launcher, go across that crew access arm, and will be helped on board their Orion spacecraft that they named Integrity. Crew should still be asleep and is set to be woken up in about an hour's time. They will then begin with their suit-up operations roughly 4 hours from now at 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time. That's about L-minus 5 hours, 34 minutes, or T-minus 3 hours and 54 minutes. Again, for those just joining us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's special live coverage of the Artemis 2 mission launch. Right now, NASA reports that both slow fill on the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen side for the core stage are underway. Liquid oxygen should take less time transitioning to the fast fill operation, so a more rapid loading up on the 15.6 foot or 4.75 meter long liquid oxygen tank that should begin here in the next few minutes. Time currently L-minus 9 hours, 41 minutes, 54 seconds, and counting. One of the key points to watch for this tanking operation today is when the teams transition from slow fill of the liquid hydrogen tank into the fast fill operations. During the first wet dress rehearsal, that is where we started to see NASA run into some issues with hydrogen leak at the tail service mast umbilical, which we were talking about earlier in the show. For those who weren't with us earlier in the broadcast when we mentioned it, here are the two components of the TSMU, or the tail service mast umbilical. Quick disconnect where the seal was replaced, which is the white ring that you see on the left-hand side within that cavity that is made up of Teflon material that NASA replaced out at the pad. On the left-hand side, that is the rocket-facing portion of the TSMU, and the umbilical that extends out to it is the photo that you see there on the right. And again, the metal ring within that cavity is what was replaced in order to address the hydrogen leak that came up during the first wet dress rehearsal tanking test. Where this is located on the rocket, let's see if we can get you a good vantage point of that. Not quite the angle I was looking for exactly, but this is on the zero level, or the base of the mobile launcher platform, and the tail service mast umbilical. Actually, now with this flipped view, if you look and see the sort of grayish silver structure that is in front of the white engine section, that is the tail service mast umbilical that I was talking about. That's the side that services the hydrogen tank. The one on the opposite side, these covers are about 3 stories tall. The other one provides liquid oxygen to the rocket. Looking further up the vehicle here, you can see from the bottom of your screen the top of the core stage, and then the launch vehicle stage adapter going up to where you see the American flag. That is part of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage powered by the RL-10 engine. And for those of you who were with us at the top of the broadcast, we were able to speak with the program manager for the RL-10 L3 Harris, Nicole Cummings. This is a slightly closer view of the rocket. Again, if you look down near the bottom, the tail service mast umbilical, the large gray structure down beneath. A live view into the firing room here. Now you see, looking towards the windows at the top center, slightly to the right of the screen, that is Artemis launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. You can think of her as the orchestra conductor here in the firing room, making sure that all of the data coming through is as anticipated. She was in charge of making the call for go to start tanking today. As you can see on your screen, NASA has transitioned from slow fill to fast fill on the liquid oxygen side. This was expected to take less time than the shift to fast fill for liquid hydrogen. Team's also running a little bit ahead of schedule on the LOX flow side of things. The transition to fast fill wasn't anticipated for about another 8 minutes or so, according to the original published timeline. One other thing I wanted to address here as we toggle between the various views and bring in some views from NASA's tanking broadcast and their updates from their commentator. You'll notice on the top left-hand corner of your screen, that is the clock coming from NASA generated by their graphics team. The one on the right is ours. The reason that you're seeing a discrepancy, ours is in real time. You're seeing a little bit of latency coming in from the NASA broadcast time, and that's because this tanking broadcast being shared by NASA is being produced by a different NASA center and then posted out here. So there's a little bit of latency with that, and that creates the time discrepancy in the clocks. So the one you see on the right-hand side, that will match the big clock out here at the press lawn. But you'll continue to see that discrepancy between these two clocks throughout the course of the coverage. So we'll probably make that point a couple more times as we go throughout the course of our coverage day, but just want to address that for folks who may have been scratching their heads as to why there are two different times posted up on the screen. Time now currently L minus 9 hours, 33 minutes, 4 seconds and counting. Status on fueling, slow fill for liquid hydrogen continues to be underway. The teams have transitioned to fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank. That LOX tank has a capacity for the core stage of 196,000 gallons, or about 741,941 liters. Time now L minus 9 hours, 28 minutes, 22 seconds and counting. Certainly appreciate the more than 3,300 of you who are watching along with us live today. If you're just joining us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's special live coverage of the Artemis 2 mission, starting, of course, with the all-important tanking operations for the SLS rocket, the Space Launch System. Later in the afternoon, we will transition into the action most closely involving the astronauts, checking them out in the suit-up room at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, seeing them get ready in their Orion Crew Survival System, or OX suits. We'll have much more on that a little bit later in the broadcast. For now, though, I want to talk a little bit about the crew who is flying this first crewed mission for the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft above. Leading the mission is Baltimore, Maryland son Reed Wiseman. The 50-year-old is preparing to make his second trip to space, leading the Artemis 2 mission. He comes to NASA as a member of the U.S. Navy, enlisting in 1977, currently holding the rank of captain. As mentioned, he was on one spaceflight so far, took a Russian Soyuz up to the International Space Station, and was part of Expedition 40 and 41. He spent more than 165 days in space, and during that time conducted 2 spacewalks, racked up more than half a day's time spacewalking outside of the International Space Station. Wiseman also took a turn as chief of the Astronaut office between 2020 and 2022, and is now getting ready to lead this team for a journey that will hopefully take them around the moon and back if all continues to go well, with the liftoff, the checkouts of the spacecraft, and of course, heading out for a trip around the moon. Sitting in the pilot's seat is a fellow member of the U.S. Navy, Victor Glover. The 49-year-old was born in Sonoma, California, and he was a member of the astronaut class of 2013. Glover became the first African-American to serve on a long-duration space mission on the International Space Station. He was a member of the Crew 1 mission. That was his first and so far only spaceflight. Like the Commander Reed Wiseman, this will be his second trip to space. After spending more than 167 days in low Earth orbit, Glover performed a total of 4 spacewalks, racking up more than a day's time spacewalking, about 26 hours and 7 minutes in total. One of the 2 mission specialists on board this flight is Christina Cook, named one of Time Magazine's 100 most influential people in the year 2020. She was one half of the duo who performed the first all-female spacewalk outside of the International Space Station. The 46-year-old, born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, also, like Victor Glover, was selected as a member of NASA's astronaut class in 2013. The electrical engineer worked at the Goddard Space Flight Center and has conducted 1 spaceflight so far, like her other NASA colleagues, serving on boards Expeditions 59, 60, and 61, completing almost a year in space, more than 328 days. I mentioned she performed the first all-female spacewalk. Her colleague on that, another classmate of the 2013 astronaut class, Jessica Meir, currently on board the International Space Station. Rounding out the crew, the first non-American to go beyond low Earth orbit, Jeremy Hansen, an astronaut of the Canadian Space Agency. This will be his first trip to space, born in Ontario, Canada. Jeremy Hansen had an important role in the NASA astronaut office, serving as the leader of the 2017 astronaut class, the Turtles. He was the first non-American to lead an astronaut class as well and guide them through their candidate training. Jeremy Hansen has a wealth of experience, having trained on a variety of situations, including a caves expedition with the European Space Agency, leading that, as well as one of the underwater expeditions called Nemo. Like Christina Cook, he serves in the mission specialist role. Time now L minus 9 hours, 21 minutes, 34 seconds and counting. Local time, we're just past the top of the hour here on the East Coast. 9:02 a.m. to be specific, Eastern time. At this point in the count, NASA is currently in fast fill for the liquid oxygen side of the core stage for the SLS rocket. Still in slow fill for the liquid hydrogen tank. Liquid hydrogen fill started a little bit later than originally anticipated, so they, per the original timeline, would have been in core stage LH2 fast fill by now, starting that about 4 minutes ago. We're still waiting for confirmation of fast fill for the LH2 line. NASA has a 2-hour launch window, so if they need to make further refinements to the tanking timeline, they do have the latitude to do so. Local time now 9:04 a.m. Eastern, 13:04 UTC. NASA reports that hydrogen fast fill now underway. As we reported just a few minutes ago, they had begun the slow fill a couple minutes past the original published timeline, so it stood to reason that the same would be true for the transition into fast fill, marking that about 9:04 a.m. Eastern. Just for a comparison of the original published timeline, where we were expecting that the core stage hydrogen fast fill to begin That was expected about 8:59 a.m. Eastern. So not too far off the original timeline, just about by 4 minutes or so. Time currently L-9 hours, 10 minutes, 30 seconds and counting to the opening of the window for today's flight of the Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft. Now, the Orion spacecraft is made up of two main components. You have the crew module, where the 4 astronauts will live and work throughout the course of their little more than 9-day mission. And then you have the European service module, which provides the power, the life support system, and the electrical support for the spacecraft throughout the course of their mission. Service module is about 15.7 feet in height. That's roughly 4.8 meters. Has diameter of 16.5 feet, or 5 meters in diameter. Powered by a total of 4 solar arrays that extend out, consisting of about 15,000 solar cells, providing 11 kilowatts of regenerable power. And those solar arrays are 62 feet or 18.9 meters when fully deployed. Also include some cameras at the tips of those solar panels, which during the Artemis 1 mission provided us with some great views of the spacecraft when it was in flight, approaching the moon, going into lunar orbit, and then coming back to Earth. Just as a reminder for folks out there, the Artemis 2 mission will not enter into lunar orbit. Instead, they'll perform what's called a free return trajectory, so essentially making a big loop around the moon and then coming around for a splashdown in the waters of the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego. And actually, if you can, Stephen calling an audible, if you can come to me, I can give folks a visual illustration of what I'm talking about here. You can see this is the flight path for the Artemis 2 mission, a little bit small, so don't worry about this text down here. You can just concern yourself with the big features up here. So the crew will lift off, and the upper stage, the ICPS, will first perform what's called perigee raise maneuvers, so raising the lowest point it is relative to the Earth. That'll be followed a few hours later by what's called an apogee raise burn, which will bring it from the low Earth orbit position into a high Earth orbit and put it in the correct position for the upcoming TLI burn, the translunar injection. That's set to come in flight day 2, and that burn, once it's in the good orbit there, then it will be sent on its way around the moon in this free return trajectory, looping around the backside. They'll spend about 45 or so minutes on the far side of the moon at their closest approach. And during this period, they will actually lose communications with the Earth. So this will be the one planned period where we will have loss of communications as expected with the crew. That, and of course, when they're performing the re-entry back to Earth. Once they are performing the TLI burn and they're on their way to the moon, you can essentially think of that as both their launch out and their launch back, since they'll just make a large loop around the backside and then return for a splashdown under the support of those 3 good mains as planned off the coast of San Diego, where the U.S. Navy will be waiting to recover both the crew as well as their Orion spacecraft a little bit later after that, once they're safe to approach. So back to the European service module that's providing the life of the spacecraft. Again, the power, the life support system, the things that will be tested out robustly on this mission and checked out in that low Earth and high Earth orbit before the crew goes ahead and progresses towards that burn that will send them out to the moon. And so we want to go ahead to one of the interviews that we conducted, sitting down with an expert from the European Service Agency, or the European Space Agency, I should say, the program manager for the European Service Module. Just wanted to start, with you as an individual. If you could describe your role with the European Service Module and how long you've been with the program.
Yeah, with pleasure. My name is Jan-Henrik Horstmann. I'm the ESM Program Manager with the European Space Agency. So I'm responsible for the European Service Module that is a part of the Orion spacecraft. And I've been with the European Space Agency for 2.5 years, but I've been on the program before. So I was in industry with Airbus back in the days when it all started in Europe for the European Service Module.
And what was it like making that transition from being on the Airbus side to being on the ESA side of things?
It's quite interesting, you know. Some joke that, you know, I cannot complain about Airbus because I was part of the crime at the beginning. No, I think it really helps me personally understanding both sides of the story, you know, and managing this program, managing the interface also with NASA and Lockheed. It's very, very valuable experience, I would say.
And, you know, the Orion spacecraft as a whole, I think people, you know, look to the top because that's where the astronauts are, but the European service module, that's the power, that's the propulsion, that's the ECLA system. Talk about, you know, this first mission for you leading the team, knowing that this is the first time you're bringing that ECLA system to bear in support of 4 humans.
Yeah, it's a great honor. It's also a great responsibility, of course, that we carry. It's a critical element, as you said. We provide the oxygen, the potable water. We provide thermal control to the astronauts to make sure Orion stays cozy. We also provide the electrical power that they need to fly the spacecraft. And last not least, we provide also the propulsion. So it's going to be very exciting to have that pull for go for TLI when knowing that's our service module that will propel the crew to the moon.
And you know, that electric side, the power element with the 4 solar panels. Talk about the importance of that element when planning the mission, because we heard the crew mention some periods of eclipse where, you know, you don't have the most optimal for the spacecraft amount of sunlight, and how tricky it is to manage trajectories when you're accounting for that power element.
Yeah, so that's right. I mean, the trajectory management, all of that is done by NASA, so they would probably be better suited to give you all the details. But it's true as we are generating our power with solar arrays, we need to make sure we have light on our solar arrays so that we get the power, and that it creates constraints, of course, on when we can fly and how we can fly and where we can fly. And usually we try to keep an attitude tail to sun, we say, you know, always with the back to the sun to be good from a thermal perspective, but then also for the solar arrays to be exposed to the sun. Yeah.
And how long can you be in an eclipse mode before it starts becoming something that you would need to feed to the trajectory folks and say, hey, we're getting a little too close to the edge. Maybe this launch day is not good for that reason.
Yeah. Probably NASA would be better to answer that question, because it's mainly the crew module that has the constraints on that. For the service module, it's more the thermal aspects. It's not so much the power, but more the thermal constraints that we need to make sure that we keep an eye on. But for the power, it's really more the crew module.
So your experience coming from the Airbus side of things, you know the pace and the people that make this possible. You've delivered now 4 European service modules so far. You know, it's one of the leading, you know, pieces of the Artemis architecture. That must be a point of pride for you now leading the program.
There is a huge point of pride, absolutely. We are all excited in Europe, you know, more than 10 nations in Europe contributing hardware to the service module, and then contributing 1 European service module to NASA. There is great excitement, I would say, for the teams. It's you work so hard for so many years, and this is what we are working for, to see the vehicle launch and perform and support the crew, especially because it's the first time that Europe is part with such a critical element of a crewed vehicle. So that makes us really, really proud.
You know, and there are a lot of points along the mission that the service module will be tested. Obviously, a big one being the TLI, the translunar injection burn. What part of the mission are you watching for when the crew gets past that point that you can take a little bit of a deeper breath and be like, okay, we got that, we're in a good spot?
I would say TLI is probably the one big shot. We have a bit more, of course, before the TLI with the ProxOps demo. That will be exciting for us, seeing how our propulsion system reacts to the commands of the astronauts.
Yeah.
I mean, relaxing is a bit relative, you know. As long as we fly astronauts, we are vigilant all along the way. We want to make sure everything is working fine. So ask me after splashdown if there's some kind of relaxation, really. Yeah.
That's fair.
And I would add to that, the European team is an integrated part of the NASA team. So only because we have done our TLI, our last big burn, nominal burn of the mission, doesn't mean that we, let go. I mean, we are still part of the team supporting NASA for all the other systems that we supply. Yeah.
And you've got some critical thrusters in addition to the big main engine that help with some of the finer trajectory correction.
That's correct,
right?
yes. Yeah, we have our auxiliary engines that we may use for trajectory corrections, and then of course the RCS, the reaction control system, the smaller thrusters to manage the attitude of the vehicle, yes.
When you are able to talk to the crew after all is said and done, what are you wanting to hear from them, especially when it comes to the ProxOp demo, when they really get to see what the European Service Module has to offer?
It's going to be exciting to have that feedback on how it really feels. I mean, I know NASA has done a lot of simulations and we've done dry runs and I don't know what, but it's going to be really exciting to see, okay, how does it really feel like, what's the latency of giving a command, when do you see something moving, all of that. It's going to be exciting, yeah.
And when you have that information in your pocket, how much can you sort of finesse the hardware or software feeding into Artemis 3 based on the feedback from the crew?
So that's more for NASA again, because it's the flight computers in the crew module. So NASA will take that on board. Yeah?
Gotcha.
We don't really foresee any hardware changes for 3+. Yeah, it always depends, of course, on how the mission goes, but nominally we don't expect any changes linked to that.
Looking back from Artemis 1 to now, what were the biggest takeaways in your mind from that mission, from the European Service Module perspective?
So you may remember that we discovered this anomaly on the power control and distribution unit, a bit susceptibility to cosmic radiation. That was a takeaway. We've been successful in getting to the root cause of that, so topic understood, I would say. For Artemis 2, we concluded together with NASA that we did not need to change the hardware, that we can leave it as is, as flown on Artemis 1. We have operational workarounds with the flight software and as needed some manual intervention to, let's say, work around the issue if it or when it reoccurs. For 3, we have then fixed the hardware. So for 3+, it's then a thing of the past. Yeah? And that's, I would say, that was really the only main anomaly that we saw that on Artemis 1 that required action for Artemis 2. Then, of course, for 2 now, the main difference is that this time we are really flying with astronauts on board. So we have our life support systems all, filled, the tanks filled, included with water, with oxygen, all of that, yeah.
And obviously that's part of when it launches, when it separates, going into the high Earth orbit, part of the system checkouts. Yeah. Before you get to that TLI burn, what are kind of the main things that need to be checked out on the ESM side before the go is given for TLI?
I would say the most important, or not most important, but one of the important steps is, of course, the deployment of the solar arrays.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. So, and that happens quite soon once we are a bit up high. That's important for us, of course. We want to make sure solar arrays are deployed and all latched and all good to go. And then, of course, also the propulsion system is what we call priming of the propulsion system to pressurize the system, make sure everything is good to go for the ProxOps demo then, and then later for the TLI. So these are the types of things that we keep an eye on.
And please correct me if I'm wrong, there are 4 propellant tanks and 2 pressurization tanks, right?
Yes.
And that provides good redundancy in case something were to go anomalous, right?
That's true, and maybe a bit more on the detailed side of things. For the 2 pressurant tanks, the helium tanks, there's a small difference compared to Artemis 1. We've included what we call the cross-feed system as a means of crew survival. So really, I would say, really corner case, contingency case, in case something goes wrong. We have an additional means to pressurize the whole system from either one of the tanks. Yeah. That's the difference between 1 and 2.
I appreciate you sharing the detail.
Yeah.
Last question, just because I know a lot of folks want to talk to you today. What would you say is something that doesn't get talked about enough where the ESM is concerned, that you feel like folks that are, whether they're deep in the weeds like our audience tends to be, or they're, fairly new to human space flight, but something you feel like they should know about this piece of the Orion spacecraft?
I think for me, one thing that inspired me about the European Space Agency is bringing together these different cultures looking at the teams you have on console with NASA, you have Germans, Italians, French, Spanish, all sorts of different nations working together with one common goal, getting this crew to the moon and back safely. And I think that's one part that I really appreciate about my team, about the international team, and seeing how that comes together as really one integrated team. I think that's quite an achievement, and I'm very proud for that.
Well, like they say, space is a team sport.
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much for taking the time
Thank
with
you.
us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Time now, L-8 hours, 54 minutes, 37 seconds and counting. You're taking a live look at the latest in propellant load at this point. The liquid oxygen tank about 29% now filled. Hydrogen below in the highlighted pink, that's the 537,000 gallon or 2 million liter tank, about a little under a third of the way through its filling process. Both tanks at this point in time are in their fast fill operations. Looking at the countdown timeline, as we're now just about the bottom of the hour here, local time, approaching 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We're about 10 minutes past the point where the original ICPS liquid hydrogen chill down was expected. We're standing by for update on when that will get into work. Just double checking. I haven't missed that. I don't believe so. We will update you when hydrogen chill for the rocket's upper stage begins. The actual loading of hydrogen should begin shortly before 10 a.m. this morning, about 10 minutes after the 4 members of the Artemis II crew wake up to start their day. That is a photo of the flight crew there on your screen. From left to right, you're looking at pilot Victor Glover, NASA astronaut and test pilot. Another test pilot beside him, Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency, preparing to make his first flight. To their right were both Christina Cook, the other mission specialist and commander of the mission, and captain in the U.S. Navy, also a test pilot, Reed Wiseman. Time now currently here locally 9:40 a.m. Eastern, 13:40 UTC. L- clock stands at 8 hours, 43 minutes, 43 seconds and counting. NASA just announced that the chill down of the liquid hydrogen lines for the upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, also known as the ICPS, built by United Launch Alliance, that is currently underway. Call come in about 9:39 a.m., just about a minute or so ago. Just for a sense, compared to the original timeline, that's about 20 minutes past the original published time for the upper stage hydrogen chill. For those who didn't hear the original announcement as it came, we're currently L-8 hours, 40 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. The chill of the feed lines for the liquid hydrogen on the upper stage of the SLS rocket currently underway. Original time for that per the original timeline was about 9:19 a.m. Eastern, so about 20 minutes behind the published timeline on that item. We were expecting the fast fill process for the ICPS liquid hydrogen to begin at 9:54 a.m., but if they are also running about 20 minutes behind on that, don't expect that until sometime in the ballpark of about 10:14 or so. We'll, of course, keep you posted as the countdown continues for the Artemis 2 mission. And we certainly appreciate the more than 4,200 of you watching along with us live this morning. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream, allowing some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage today. And of course, as they say, space is very much a team sport, and want to give a shout out to our team that has been working hard in the hours, days, weeks, and months leading up to the upcoming planned launch of the Artemis 2 mission. If you're not following our crew, you can find them at their handles here on X. Starting from the top going clockwise, we have Adam Bernstein. You can find him at ABernNYC. Michael Kane is at MD Kane Jr. John is at John Pisani Photo. not on the slate, but very much part of making spaceflight now run as it has for 25 plus years is our editor, Stephen Young, who is running the technical operations of our broadcast today. But really, everyone's doing a little bit of everything. We'll also be joined later on in the broadcast as we approach the tracking portion of the mission by our friends Pete Carstens with Max Q Productions, as well as Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images. Local time here, 9:54 a.m. Eastern, 13:54 UTC for those around the world. Currently L-8 hours, 29 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. NASA reports that the fast fill for the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or the ICPS, the upper stage of the Space Launch System rocket, fast fill is now underway. So even though the chill was a little bit behind schedule, teams have caught up to the original timeline, and the start of fast fill occurring on time as originally anticipated. So liftoff at the opening of the window may still be in play. We'll continue to see how the countdown continues to progress, but again, the fast fill of liquid hydrogen is currently underway, which means that 3 out of the 4 propellant tanks on board the SLS rocket now have cryogenic fluids flowing on board. Those are the core stage liquid oxygen tank and liquid hydrogen tank, and now we can say the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank is now receiving its propellant as well. Keeping an eye out for further status reports as far as the percentage fueling being done. We'll keep you posted. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Artemis 2 mission. Time currently L-8 hours, 15 minutes, 35 seconds and counting. For those just joining us, you're looking live at Launch Complex 39B, where the Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft patiently awaiting to support the launch and the flight of 4 astronauts on a journey around the moon and back. The mission name, Artemis 2, the first time that an Orion spacecraft will have a crew on board, and the first time that humans will be leaving low Earth orbit since Apollo 17 in 1972, more than 53 years ago. A lot has happened since then, of course. The technology has improved. The mandate for what we are hoping to achieve on the moon has changed and evolved over time, and we are thankfully going to be joined here in just a second by one of our latest live guests to talk all about what we're seeing here today, what's going to be coming down the lunar pipeline. We're joined by UCF's Dr. Phil Metzger. He is an associate professor there, also got his PhD from UCF, and is currently the director of the Stephen W. Hawking Center for Microgravity Research. Dr. Metzger, thank you for joining us today.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
We're glad to have you, and we were just talking before we got back on the hot mics here that a lot of excitement really starting to build for the Artemis 2 mission. You know, you are in Orlando there, you know, very well versed with UCF from your time getting your doctoral degree, and of course now in a professorial role. How is the campus feeling about being a part of this moment in time where we are now, as a generation, seeing humans on a path back to the moon?
Well, there's fantastic excitement growing on the campus among the students and the faculty. You know, the University of Central Florida calls itself Space U because we're so connected to the space program. We have faculty that are working on payloads that are going to go on the Artemis 3 mission, and this is a step towards those payloads going to the moon. So we're very excited.
Well, and that's a good place to start because, of course, while Artemis 2 is a good stepping stone for the Artemis program, Artemis 3 has kind of changed a little bit in the past just a couple of weeks, at least publicly facing. It went from being a lunar landing mission to now being one in, at minimum, low Earth orbit. They're still architecting to see if maybe a high Earth orbit can factor in. But for your students that are working on payloads and projects for that mission, has their work changed, or how are they adapting to the new announcements that came down from the administrator?
It hasn't been any impact yet. We are not really even started building the payloads yet. The contracts were just written recently, and it's a several-year project, so we might need to add a little no-cost extension at the end to stretch out the funding to be able to support the mission when it occurs, but at this point we haven't had to factor that in.
That's fair. And you know, for folks that are unfamiliar, in your area of research, you cover, of course, topics concerning the commercial space economy, but also lunar surface plume interactions, and we've got some big rockets that are going to be heading towards the lunar surface in both SpaceX's Starship and Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark II. They've got a Mark I cargo lander that's going to be heading towards the moon. It'll be the biggest lander trying to touch down on the surface. You know, just starting at that top level, this has got to be a really exciting moment for you to be able to get some of that data and look through things like the SCALPS experiment that flies with some of these commercial lunar payload services missions.
Absolutely. The challenge with planetary science and with planetary engineering, space exploration, is that things behave differently when you go to another world because the gravity, the atmosphere, the geology, the plasma environment, and we really can't anticipate how things are going to perform. So we have to be there. We have to get missions to the lunar surface to get the data that we need to solve the physics to be able to predict how rocket exhaust blows lunar soil. And so we just need to get back. It's been too long since we've had humans on the moon, and it's been too long since we've had a significant scientific effort happening on the moon. So let's go.
Let's go indeed. You know, we did see a successful landing last year with Firefly's Blue Ghost Mission 1, which did have a SCALPS payload on board, so it gave a nice sort of precursor to some of the missions that will come down. I wonder, in your early assessment of that, comparatively smaller engine than one we'll see on a Starship lander, certainly, and with the Blue Moon Marks 1 and 2, what's been your early take on how much these engines are going to be impacting the surface and how much work we might need to do to prepare for a larger lander?
Yeah, so it is a function of the size of the lander. So we had a 7.5-ton lander during Apollo. These CLIPS missions are in the range of 1 ton, and the Mark II, I'm not sure the number, but I think it's around 20 tons, so about 3 times the mass of the Apollo lunar module. And then the Starship, I don't know the number, but it's somewhere between 100 and 200 tons, let's say mid-value 150. So that's about 20 times the mass of the Apollo lunar module. And so the thrust is going to be 20 times higher at touchdown. We may see phenomena that did not occur before in Apollo. Instead of just scouring the surface and creating a broad, shallow scour zone, there could actually be some deep cratering. We need to solve the physics. It's going to take some effort on the lunar surface to do that. So these missions are highly valuable. We're putting payloads to measure these plume effects that we did not have during Apollo. And we've already tapped the data from the Apollo missions to the maximum extent. We've analyzed every frame of video. We looked at every flying rock in the plume and measured its velocity. And we've taken that as far as we can, but now we have to have some instruments that'll measure the velocities of the particles and measure the flux of the ejecta and measure how far it travels so that we can solve the physics finally.
And for those who aren't familiar with your background, you are certainly no stranger to these areas here at the Kennedy Space Center. In fact, you were one of the co-founders of SwampWorks, which takes its name as a spinoff of Lockheed Martin's Skunks Works to, push the envelope on some of the more creative endeavors on tackling some of these hard problems. One of which is, looking at how we can prepare for these future large landers and, sending some different types of robotics to prepare the groundwork, maybe create some berms to protect some other architecture. What was your time like at SwampWorks and your thoughts about, that engineering that's coming out of Kennedy now these days?
Yeah, so it's world class what's happening inside NASA. They have the funding and they have the workforce with skills and they have the facilities to try things and do things that are not commercially viable. And that's really what we need NASA to be focusing on, pushing the envelope of what's possible so that we can do more and go farther in space. I was part of the Space Shuttle launch team for about 10 years, and then I worked on assembling the space station. So I had the operational experience, and then I moved into the low technology readiness level innovation, trying to get technologies ready to go into a spaceflight architecture. What we're seeing now happening with the Artemis program is all those years of effort finally being built into flight hardware and finally going to the moon. So it's very satisfying.
And I'm sure very satisfying to see how much the administration is putting an emphasis on that with the recent announcement of the moon base and all of the various elements that are going to come along with that. Just wondering, you I imagine watching along with the rest of us, hearing all of those various pieces and parts of phases 1 through 3. What were your main takeaways from the ignition event, especially as it pertains to the moon base?
Well, I haven't been following along. So, oh, you mean the ignition event? Okay, so
yes,
yeah,
yes.
I got you. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm super stoked about that. I feel like Jared Isaacman is making all the right decisions, and I hope that the administration will be able to get Congress to fund all of these endeavors. That NASA can't just do whatever it wants with the budget that it gets. It's controlled by Congress down at the project level. And so we need Congress to grasp this vision that Administrator Jared Isaacman has been communicating. And I think we will. I think the arguments are compelling. You know, we're going beyond flags and footprints in space. We're not just going to the moon to beat the Soviets or to beat the Chinese this time. We're going to the moon because it is a new domain of crucial economic activity for human civilization. And I think that the leaders in our government are going to understand that and fund these new endeavors. So I am super stoked about it.
And, you know, in the very early stages that we're in right now of building a lunar economy, as the low Earth orbit economy is also continuing to blossom, what do you think, sort of putting out your crystal ball, if you will be sort of the main economic driver for activity on the lunar surface that will take companies that may not be involved with the construction of the moon base or these early phases of it, but may look at this apparatus and say, hey, I want to go there for this reason? What would you say that this reason is in your mind?
Yeah, so for many decades, the community has been working on that question, trying to understand what is the business case to do more in space so that we can protect our planet by moving industry off of our planet and unloading it from the environmental burden that our industry produces, and to create a more vibrant civilization so we can go farther and do more and create optimism for the next generation. We need to have commercial applications because taxpayer funding can't afford to do all of that. But it's a hard problem. And the most recent, one iteration back, everybody was talking about water on the moon. I still think water is going to play a dramatic role. We can turn it into rocket fuel. We can use that rocket fuel for sending astronauts to Mars and for boosting communication satellites in the near Earth space. It was still a borderline business case, but the new buzz is data centers in space. And I have done analysis of it. I'm fully on board. In fact, I've been predicting for about 5 years that that's where we're going. And the math lines up. It's not quite economic yet, but within a few years, it will be economically viable to start putting data centers in space. And once we start doing that, we've got customers in space for lunar resources. And I think that's going to cause a dramatic amplification of development on the moon. In fact, I've modeled that with a very rigorous economic model, and it shows that we're going to have fantastical growth in space beginning now for decades to come until eventually the in-space economy will exceed the entire terrestrial economy.
And to that point of having the data center model built out in low Earth orbit, when you've got both Blue Origin and SpaceX talking about these massive constellations, I mean, SpaceX is, I believe it was a million satellites. Do you think that the sheer volume of those data centers may become problematic at some point as we continue to put other satellites that will need similar orbits at varying points? Just your thought on sort of the proliferation and the buildup in low Earth orbit as we're actually, before you said, just seeing a little bit of an update here on the fueling process, about 50% of the way, 48% on liquid hydrogen for the upper stage, and making good progress on the core stage there. Sorry, saw the graphic pop up, wanted to address that, but then the question to you, sir.
Yeah, so I think the more immediate concern is going to be environmental pushback of building data centers on the Earth. And that's the entire motivation for putting them into space. Earth is precious. We cannot create more Earth. And it's politics about building out are always local politics. So that creates an economic motive. It creates a cost of delay that makes space become economically viable. The next question is what happens about crowding in space. That will not be a problem for a while because space is so huge. And they're not going to be putting all the data centers in low Earth orbit. They'll be putting them up initially primarily in a sun-synchronous orbit at a variety of altitudes above the Earth. It'll be a network of satellites beaming data between each other, including some that are much farther away with a higher latency. But in the long run, most AI will be talking to other AI rather than to humans. You know, we humans have a limited bandwidth. And so most AI will not need low latency. And so I think we're going to be seeing a lot of AI develop out of the Earth-Moon Lagrange points on the lunar surface eventually. and other points in space farther from the Earth. So I think there's not really going to be a serious problem if we manage it well.
Well, that's certainly good to hear. And, wrapping up our conversation, bringing things back to Artemis 2, there's a lot of important milestones that are going to be happening in this 9 days and some change mission. What are you most closely watching for to see the crew get past that point and to see the performance of either the rocket, the spacecraft? What's got your eye for Artemis 2?
Well, it's always scary to watch a rocket launch that has humans on board. So I'm most concerned about the first 9 minutes until main engine cutoff. I think once we get past that, there's a lot more breathing room in the mission for the safety of the crew. But I am going to be watching closely when they do the proximity operations with the upper stage and the Orion capsule. And I'm also excited about releasing the CubeSats around that same time, getting some CubeSats into a very eccentric high orbit. So those will be exciting moments.
Dr. Phil Metzger with UCF, thank you so much for joining us this morning on what we hope will end up being the launch day of Artemis 2. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure. Let's go.
Let's go, indeed. Currently at L-7 hours, 59 minutes, 34 seconds, just under 8 hours to the opening of the window for Artemis 2. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of our return to the moon. Time currently L-7 hours, 56 minutes, 14 seconds and counting. Our thanks to Dr. Phil Metzger with UCF for joining us. We'll have another special guest hopping on the broadcast here in the next few minutes. Update on the fueling status. Core stage LH2, or liquid hydrogen topping, is currently underway. That'll be followed by the liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage going into replenish mode in the next couple of minutes. It'll remain in that topping configuration until they pressurize the tanks for launch. Local time currently 10:39 a.m. Eastern, 14:39 UTC. You're looking live at Launch Complex 39B, where fueling continues on the Space Launch System rocket. They're 322 feet tall. The core stage liquid hydrogen tank has now at 100% capacity. Loading continues on core stage liquid oxygen, was about 70% filled, and the fast fill on the liquid hydrogen side for the interim cryogenic propulsion stage is underway in that fast fill configuration. Liquid oxygen loading on board the upper stage will begin after liquid hydrogen loading has wrapped up. As we continue on with our broadcast here at Spaceflight Now, we have been joined by some wonderful guests so far to talk about the rocket, the space economy, and we have another great guest that is able to address both. We are joined by Mike Gold of Redwire Space, the company's president. Mike, it's always good to talk to you. Thank you for joining us on this historic Artemis II launch day, sir.
Thank you for having me, Will. Greetings from the rolling Redwire studio here as we drive to the base. Also, I apologize, I'm a little under the weather, but I'm glad the actual weather is good, so at least we have that.
You know, you gotta count your blessings where you can, and 80% favorable weather, we will take that all day long.
Take that all day long, Will.
And so as I was, setting up your introduction for folks unfamiliar, the Orion spacecraft has, of course, a lot of systems, a lot of people involved, but Redwire has a really unique piece of the Orion architecture. For folks that may have been following the Artemis 1 mission, you guys have what are known as the eyes of Orion, the camera system that provided those fantastic views from the tips of the solar panels as well as other parts of the vehicle. Talk about the camera system and why that is such an important piece of both the actual functionality of the mission, but also the storytelling behind it.
Oh, I'm of course completely objective, Will, but I would argue it's the most important piece of the Orion are the cameras. And as you might recall, I used to be at NASA as Associate Administrator for Space Policy and Partnerships. And I actually remember with Jim Bridenstine making the argument for the visual cameras. And you would be surprised, although maybe you wouldn't be, the pushback that we got to put visual cameras on. There were a lot of engineers that were telling us they didn't serve a scientific purpose, and therefore we were wasting both mass and energy. But thanks to Jim Bridenstine's leadership, and of course I pushed a bit too, we would tell them the camera is the mission, that if we can't bring back visuals from these missions that we share with the public, you won't get the bucks for the Buck Rogers, you won't get the support, and most important of all, you won't be able to take the world on this extraordinary journey of discovery that is Artemis. So it's ironic, I don't know if that's the right word for me, to have pushed so hard for the visual cameras to be on, and then landed at the company that's actually has the honor of building those visual cameras. So 11 cameras built by Redwire, both internal and external, this time with astronauts on board. We're excited to get some of those internal shots of our brave astronauts. So just so excited to be able to bring this mission to everyone through the cameras.
Well, and for folks that recall the Apollo era, when we saw the Apollo 8 mission go on, the moonrise photo was the one that captivated the world. It was on the cover of Time magazine and newspapers across the country. I mean, it was the sort of cornerstone, or one of them at least, of the Apollo 8 mission that, we got to look back at ourselves from the moon's vantage point for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely iconic. And the power of this imagery, as you say, is influential geopolitically. And let's be clear, we are in an existential struggle with China. And today, we hopefully will be not just launching our astronauts, but launching our values to space. And the imagery is the key part of delivering that message here at home in terms of who we are. We are explorers, we are brave, we are looking optimistically to the future, and abroad as to what America stands for. And those pictures are proof, those pictures are push, and those pictures are evidence of not only America's accomplishment, but that of the unprecedented Artemis Accords family of nations.
Well, and to the point of the Artemis Accords, you know, the last time you and I had the chance to talk face to face was back at last year's Space Symposium in Colorado. And at that point, there were a little bit more than 50 Artemis Accords signatories. And now I believe we're certainly more than 60, I think getting close to 70 at this point.
61, Will. Not that I'm keeping track.
61, yes. Thank you for the accurate number. You know, we talked about it then, but, you know, for the audience that didn't see that part of our conversation, just your thoughts about how the Artemis Accords, along with the program, have endured, and what do you think that piece of it really brings to bear as we persist further in lunar exploration?
International cooperation brings with it so many advantages, and one of which is sustainability. That the very initial purpose of the Artemis Accords was to help sustain the Artemis program. That we, as you know, have not been back to the moon since Apollo. And the reason for that is not technical. It's not a rocket equation issue. It's political. And the initial thought with the Accords was to rally that international support so that our Beyond LEO program, Artemis, could have the staying power of what our LEO program had with the International Space Station. Jim Bryce and I myself, we didn't think that it was a coincidence that we had sustainability with LEO with the international partnership. We need to bring that to Beyond LEO. And what I'm so pleased with at the Ignite event last week at NASA headquarters, all 61 signatories were invited to that event. Unprecedented. I want to applaud Jared Isaacman and the team for doing that and using the Accords in that fashion, because it signals that the Accords are no longer just norms behavior, which is great that everyone's signing on for norms behavior so we can have a peaceful and prosperous future in space, but also to find a way for every single one of those countries to contribute, to be a part of the program. That was always the idea, that the Accords allow the Artemis program to be the broadest, most diverse global human spaceflight program in history, and to ensure, again, that we are bringing the world together. We are leading it rather than China. Space should be about the Artemis Accords values of safety, transparent science, entrepreneurialism, not secrecy and danger that we see in the Chinese program. Let's go forward together in hope, in light, in transparency, and the Artemis Accords will lead the way.
Well, and bringing up China, they're a notable absent member of the Artemis Accords. You know, one of the most prolific countries launching today, you know, with, of course, lunar ambitions as well, wanting to get their own astronauts or taikonauts on the lunar surface by 2030. Do you foresee in the next several years, perhaps, or, you know, as the moon base gets built out, that there could be a way to have a meeting of the minds and an agreement such that you could see China become an Artemis Accords member at some point down the road? Or do you think they will continue to persist as Administrator Isaacman calls them, the great rival that, you know, spurs the U.S. towards its innovative state?
Oh, you caught me on an optimistic day when we're launching astronauts to the moon. And, you know, I'm a Star Trek fan, so as Mr. Spock says, there are always possibilities. Absolutely. That's very apropos today. And I believe that there is no Chinese equivalent of the Artemis Accords. They haven't released their norms of behavior. I believe that in their international lunar agreements that they include some norms of behavior for partners who have signed that, my understanding, are very similar, if not identical, to what is in the Artemis Accords. So there's certainly the potential for common ground. And I do think it is worth reaching out to see if we can seed that commonality, if we can find a way to come together, build a bridge when it comes to space policy. So yes, I believe there's the potential for us to come together, because the Accords are all about implementing the Outer Space Treaty. They're common sense. I'm less optimistic that China would actually follow what they sign on to. But even if we could get them to agree publicly to these common sense universal principles, I think that would be immensely helpful. So I hate to quote a New York Yankee. As a Red Sox fan, it's tough to make predictions, particularly about the future. But I do see hope. And look, even if the Chinese doesn't sign, it's important to lead by example. I'm a recovering attorney. I believe in the power of precedent. And that's why the Accords are setting a vital precedent that even if China doesn't follow them, there's peer pressure, there's a forcing function that America leads the way and shows what good looks like.
Well, as the mobile Redwire Studios reaches its destination, I'll make this my final question. Of course, as we began our conversation, the eyes of Orion are Redwire, but you have your, engineers involved in a whole bevy of various projects. Just wanted to wrap up by asking what the rest of 2026 looks like for Redwire Space. And then also, as the various components of the moon base start to get fleshed out with the various contractors and members of industry, where do you see Redwire most leaning into with that infrastructure?
So forget the rest of the year. You don't even have to go the rest of the week before we get to the next Redwire activities. Specifically here at Kennedy Space Center, I believe on April 8th, we'll be launching more of our pillboxes to the International Space Station. And this is where we've now flown 43 of these units that leverage the microgravity environment to produce larger, more uniform seed crystals that then have been brought down to Earth and show that we can create drugs from these seed crystals that have better efficacy, better longevity, more solubility. So we will be continuing this incredible momentum of merging the biotech and pharmaceutical fields with the space field in a way that I believe will be revolutionary to both. And that's an example of the benefits of going to space, going to the moon, that we are going to substantially improve life here on Earth. We also will be shipping out and finishing soon more of our solar arrays, the rollout solar arrays, innovative technology, both for the International Space Station and for what was the power and propulsion element for Gateway. Now it looks like those will be going to Mars, which is incredibly exciting. So it's another great example of how we tend to separate out LEO and beyond LEO. It's the same ecosystem. Those arrays that we develop for the ISS going to Mars. And we hope on the moon that not only do our arrays roll out, they also retract. And that's an incredible thing when it comes to protecting the arrays from regolith, which is a enemy on the moon that's even more pernicious than the Chinese. So we're very excited at Redwire to see not just the cameras, but the arrays, our microgravity activities, our radiators, and even our lunar surface systems like Mason, where we've got a system that will use microwave radiation to sinter regolith to create landing pads, berms. We're partnered with iSpace on CLIPS. So a lot going on at Redwire, but it's because there's a lot going on at NASA. And Will, it's never been a more exciting time. And Will, thank you personally for your role in helping to launch Artemis to get us here. You're an important member of the team, still contributing. And I'm just so grateful to you and everyone who made this day possible.
Well, thank you for the kind words there, Mike. We're just the storytellers for the people like yourselves, Redwire Space, and everyone around this space center and beyond that's actually making the mission possible. We're just happy to have a good seat to see it fly. Mike Goldworth, Redwire Space, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you, Will. Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. And we'll continue on, of course, with our robust special live coverage here at Spaceflight Now of the countdown to the launch of Artemis 2. We are currently just about 7.5 hours to the planned opening of the window. You're watching Spaceflight Now. time currently, local time 10:55 a.m. Eastern, 14:55 UTC for those joining around the world. Our thanks again to the folks at Redwire Space and to Mike Gold for joining us for that wonderful conversation. Taking a live look there from a high view on the Mobile Launcher 1, looking down at the Orion spacecraft. Most recent milestone in the fueling timeline, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the upper stage liquid hydrogen vent and relief test is currently underway. Seeing a little bit of that venting there in front of the rocket. This is a precursor to the conclusion of liquid hydrogen tank topping, which we're expecting a little bit past the top of the hour here. As a reminder, for the SLS rocket's core stage, they are currently in replenish for the liquid hydrogen tank. Liquid oxygen in fast fill currently, as it has been for some time. As far as the liquid oxygen tank for the rocket's upper stage, that loading has not begun for liquid oxygen just yet. That's expected to begin after the conclusion of hydrogen loading on the upper stage tank. Taking a look back at our live chat here, I want to thank the more than 5,200 of you who are watching along with us live this now late morning. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor. Just click that like button and share the stream. Allows more folks to find their way into this live pre-launch coverage, the fueling operations of the SLS rocket. Worth mentioning, as it is for every stream, that our ability to go live, especially with big launch coverage like today, is made possible in part by our enduring channel members here on YouTube. So big thanks to folks like Rob Haz, Cumulus Granatus, M. Teresa, Lone Solopolist, Jamie, Jacob Leathers, and many, many more. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, which is shop.spaceflightnow.com, access to member-only videos here on YouTube, access to our members-only Discord server, and the ability to watch all of our live launch liftoff moments from here in Florida in 4K. And boy, do we have some spectacular 4K views for us. Local time here, 11:10 a.m. Eastern. L-minus 7 hours, 12 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. You're looking live at the Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft as the upper stage vent and relief test continues on. Scheduled to last about 25 minutes in duration, so making progress through this part of the count. That'll be followed by the topping of liquid hydrogen on the upper stage. And then like with the core stage hydrogen tank, it will go into replenish. Want to welcome in a couple new channel members here supporting our coverage today. Welcome to Christopher Polk Reed and Denny Tharp, both joining us at the pad leader level. Welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. Also, if you have a comment or question about this mission or other goings-on in the realm of space or space flight, or just want to offer a little bit of support like Florida Gal Space, you can use the YouTube Super Chat feature. And not only will you be giving us some interesting things to talk about as we cruise on through the count, but you'll also be supporting what we do here at Spaceflight Now. And on big launch days like today, we especially appreciate all of you who are able to support us in that way. But we are also incredibly grateful for those of you who are just taking the time to be with us to witness what will hopefully be a historic launch by the end of today's countdown. We thank the more than 5,700 of you who are along for the ride at this point in our count. Want to thank channel member The Kaiser 2023 for the $5 super chat, who says, "Holy history, Batman. I'm excited for this launch. Go Artemis. Welcome back, NASA. Hey, Will, Cumulus, and other mods to the moon or bust." And thanks again to Florida Gal for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. Time now L minus 7 hours, 7 minutes, 42 seconds and counting. Upper stage liquid hydrogen is now in replenish, according to the latest update just a second ago from NASA. As you can see, the liquid oxygen or hydrogen tank on the core stage has been in replenish for some time now. Liquid oxygen load on the core stage is just about to conclude. It's getting very close, ticking higher, 93% now for that tank with a capacity of 196,000 gallons, or a little more than nearly 742,000 liters, thereabouts. Now that the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank is in replenish mode, the next big mission milestone will be to activate the Orion communication system and make sure that they tune to the correct frequency for mission control. In about half an hour's time, the core stage LOX topping should be achieved. The loading of liquid oxygen, a little bit of a slower pace. At the same time, in the original timeline at 11:44 a.m. Eastern, the chill down of the upper stage liquid oxygen system will get underway. That chill down lasts about 10 minutes in duration. We are just under L-7 hours here on the countdown to the opening of the launch window for NASA's Artemis II mission. A planned moonbound flight, a free return trajectory that will see, if all goes well, NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook alongside Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen loop around the moon and back on a more than 9-day mission, aiming for a safe splashdown off the coast of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. Giving you an update on the fueling process here, you can see the liquid oxygen tank now nearly reaching flight levels, approaching 99% at 98 at the moment. Liquid oxygen load on the rocket's upper stage will get underway shortly. We're expecting the chill down for the LOX on the upper stage to start at about quarter till noon here on the East Coast. We'll keep a close eye on that and keep you informed of when that gets in work. In the meantime, of course, we've been talking to a lot of folks throughout the day and had the opportunity to talk with some experts who weren't able to be here on launch day, but we wanted to bring you, dear audience, along with the ride and give you the best possible information about the rocket and the space ecosystem as it stands here today. So I want to go ahead and give you our interview that we had with ULA's Gary Wentz to talk all about the interim cryogenic propulsion stage as well as other goings-on with United Launch Alliance. Well, Gary, thank you so much for joining us as we're sitting here on the eve of the launch of Artemis II.
Yeah.
How are you feeling the first time that ICPS will support humans?
Very excited. This is the first flight of putting humans on an ICPS upper stage. We were fortunate enough to put humans on a Centaur, so this kind of rounds out the entire family, and I know our entire team and all our suppliers are really excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, having had that opportunity with the Starliner crew flight test, you got that human heritage with the RL-10. What were some of the big learnings from that? Obviously, RL-10's got 60 years behind it, but,
right.
Having that extra notch in its belt.
We learned a lot. We learned what our system's capable of. We learned how we mitigate some of the human factors that play in with having astronauts on board. And on board, they're trying to conduct different operations. So it's something we had to factor into how we actually perform.
And a little bit different, obviously, with Starliner and a Centaur versus the ICPS and Orion, but from hearing back from those astronauts, do you expect it to be sort of a similar ride uphill for these four guys?
I think these four guys will experience similar to, when you look at the whole stack, it's got a lot of shuttle heritage, so they'll experience what they had on shuttle, and then when you get to an ICPS, it'll be very similar to what we had for Butch and Sonny's ride on Centaur, so it's going to be exciting.
And you'll get a nice view of it, of course, during the proximity demonstration.
Yes.
What are you kind of hoping to learn from that feeding into Artemis 3 if NASA decides to use ICPS for that, or if that gets moved to Artemis 4?
Yeah. So our function is really just safing the stage, and then the Orion team will do the proximity operation. So they'll be going back and forth, very similar to what we did with space station launches, where the crew and new vehicles would approach and do their proximity operations. So we serve as a fixed element for them to be able to do that proximity operations, demonstrate their capabilities.
And the third ICPS has been delivered and ready for some time, so even with this increased cadence, you guys have it right in the barn ready for them.
It is. The third ICPS is sitting in the Delta Operations Center. It's undergoing final processing, and we'll be ready to launch as soon as the mission comes up, so really excited.
So when you get that call and you have to bring it over to the VAB, what are the main preparation points to get it ready to go into stacking?
Yeah, so we go through and do a full functional, check out the hardware, and then there's some servicing that we do and install on hardware, batteries, some of the limited life stuff, and then we'll transport over here to support stacking on the SLS.
And it's a dynamic time for ULA. I mean, as we're sitting here, you've got an Atlas on the pad, and lots happening out west at Vandenberg. I guess just to start at that point, it's a busy time for the company kicking off 26.
It is. It's very busy. We've got an Atlas on the pad that we're working to launch a Kuiper mission on. In parallel, we're completing a second processing facility for Vulcans here on the Cape. We're working out at Vandenberg to get Slick 3 ready to be able to support. And then you have the ICPS and SLS mission. It's really exciting.
And I imagine the Vulcan investigation is still ongoing, but as we're just about a week outside of the ignition event, there's a lot of launch demand that clearly was laid out, from the administrator of NASA. How do you imagine Vulcan being a piece of, this dynamic push for, really ramping up CLIPS and all the other robotics and human missions that have to go to the moon?
Yeah. So I think, Vulcan's going to get back to return to flight by the end of the year. And then we'll launch our manifest backlog that we have. We're available for other missions. CLIPS had a lot of smaller landers and things that we could fly to do some of those precursor efforts with the moon and the mission that NASA's laying out. So we're really excited about the opportunities.
Absolutely. And can you kind of speak to where things are in getting Vulcan back to the pad?
Yeah, so the team, the integrated Northrop, ULA, and government team have been going through the data. We have located the solid motors. They're in much deeper water, so we probably will not complete a recovery of those motors. But they're starting to do some component testing, some material testing, and we've got a planned static fire in mid-April to look at a different nozzle variant that we might be able to use on the GEM 63XL for Centaur, Vulcan Centaur. So that's really exciting to see, and we'll see what we find.
And would the return to flight be the first Vulcan Kuiper, I imagine? Or Vulcan Leo, yeah, now that's been rebranded, yes.
Vulcan Leo. That will likely be the first mission that we fly, yes.
Awesome. And flying off the West Coast, it'll be an important return for ULA having that capability out there. It sounds like pad certification is almost complete, right?
It is. The team's finalizing some of the build out of the West Coast capability. As you've seen in the manifest, we're getting pretty full on the East Coast, so it'll be nice to be able to have a little excess capacity on the West Coast.
If I may go back to the Vulcan SF-87 mission, we saw a really good performance by the core and the BE-4s. Noticed a little bit of a roll in that. Can you describe what we were seeing in that moment?
Yeah, there was some asymmetric thrust when we had that solid motor fail, reduced performance. So the BE-4s and our avionics system gimbaled to control that. We did see some roll, and the BE-4s were able to compensate to arrest that roll, and we were well within our environments and limits, so it was nothing overly concerning for the team.
And you got the payload to where it needed to go, most importantly.
Precisely where it was supposed to go.
So a busy year ahead for ULA, certainly, with everything. You've got your new barge coming online as well.
Yes, they floated that a few weeks ago, and so we're doing our final preparations. We'll go out and do sea trials, and then we'll have 2 ships that we can actually transport hardware both to East and West Coast.
And will one be sort of designated East, one designated West, or does it kind of depend on where hardware needs to go?
We'll go back and forth depending upon what missions and what cadence we need on what coast. We'll use both rockets equally, rocket ships.
Bringing it back to Artemis too, obviously the first time that a launch vehicle supports humans is important, and there's a lot to consider. Going into the flight readiness review from the support from ULA's perspective, what were some of the things that you wanted to make sure that the mission management team knew about the readiness and the performance of ICPS RL-10?
Yeah. The nice thing about the ICPS is it has a long heritage flying national security missions. Those are extremely important. Likewise, putting humans on board is extremely important. And so instilling upon that team the confidence that we had with the upper stage was really critical for us. It's a flight-proven upper stage, so very happy to have it on board.
You know, and I know your time is precious, and there's other people that want to talk to you today, so I'll make this my last question. Is there anything about the ICPS that maybe folks don't necessarily appreciate that you want them to know going into a mission as critical as this?
Yeah, I would say, you know, it has a history flying national security payloads. So it's flown critical sensitive instruments. We had to make some modifications for performance. So it has additional capability that the Delta IV upper stage didn't have. And then for this particular mission and follow-on missions, it has an emergency detection system. So if anything was to go awry, it can command the aborts to make sure that the 4 crew members are safe. So,
Gary Wentz with the United Launch Alliance. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate you. And that was our interview with Gary Wentz with United Launch Alliance, talking all things Vulcan, Atlas, and the ICPS, the upper stage of the Space Launch System rocket, getting ready to lift off potentially as soon as 6 hours and 48.5 minutes from now. As far as the fueling status for the SLS rocket, we're currently at flight levels for both the liquid hydrogen tanks on the upper stage and the core stage. Liquid oxygen load on the core stage is nearing completion, and we are anticipating the start of liquid oxygen load on the upper stage very soon. Time currently L-6 hours, 46 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. As the fueling process continues on, we are also nearing the point in the count about an hour from now, a little bit more, when the flight crew will begin donning their flight suits, formerly called the Orion Crew Survival System, or the OCS. We'll have a special story to talk all about that, so you're going to want to stick around for that. But of course, we're talking about astronauts heading to the moon, and who better to bring into the conversation than an astronaut who herself has traveled into low Earth orbit. We are very fortunate to be joined right now by Dr. Sian Proctor, who had the Prosperity seat on board Inspiration 4, got the patches all around, a fantastic jacket to show it off. Dr. Proctor, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. It's such a pleasure.
Well, it's a pleasure that our photographer Adam spotted you across the lawn and you had time to join us. So, thanks for making the time.
Thank you. It's so exciting to be here because I keep saying, like, this is the launch of the decade, right? And I flew to space, so that's, forget about Inspiration 4. This is amazing that we're going around the moon for the first time in over 50 plus years.
Yeah, I mean, for so many people alive today who never had the Apollo experience of seeing humans go beyond low Earth orbit, what do you imagine as an artist yourself, that moment will be like? What will that inspire?
A lot of my generation, because I was born, I'm a moon celebration baby.
Mm-hmm.
I was born 8.5 months after Neil Armstrong stepped foot on the moon.
That's right.
And my family was working at the NASA tracking station on Guam. But I really didn't grow up with that. I grew up with the memorabilia, but not the memory. Mm-hmm. And so when they came around for Apollo 8 and they got the Earthrise shot, and that moment when they looked up, Bill Anders, and saw that, right? And I can just imagine how exciting it's going to be for this crew to have that moment, but then to capture it for the rest of the world in like really high definition video.
Stunning 4K and HD.
Oh my God, it's going to be like, whoa, what is this? Mm-hmm. And to me, that moment of seeing the Earth and Earthrise, it created the environmental movement.
Yeah.
It had such a huge impact on the world. And now that we're going back, I feel like this is such a historic moment.
Well, and we're sitting with your launch pad in the background, Launch Complex 39A.
Yes.
A slightly different ride, about 1.7 million pounds of thrust on the Falcon 9, about 8.5 million on this beast right here over on the other Launch Complex 39B. But for the vast majority of us who have never felt that experience of lifting off from the Kennedy Space Center, take us behind those final moments. What was that headspace like? And what was the ride like?
It was awesome. Okay, I was super excited. The thing about it is none of us had been to space before. Mm-hmm. So we were excited, and our launch went off without a hitch, right? So the countdown clock is ticking down, and you're like, are we gonna go, or are we gonna go? And you're just so happy because I've been chasing space my entire life. And to get to that moment when we're lifting off, and I thought it was going to be bumpy, like you see in the movies.
Yeah.
And it was pretty smooth. I mean, it was kind of like this because being the mission pilot, I had to monitor what the flight computer was doing, and I could read it just fine.
Yeah.
But I didn't have solid rocket boosters on either side.
Maybe a little bit more of a jarring ride.
So I can imagine that they're going to be like, let's do this. Yeah.
And you've had the opportunity since then to share your story, bring people along inside that experience. Most recently here in Central Florida, you were speaking at SpaceCom, telling the story of how you got to the Prosperity seat, the poem that you wrote that embodies in the patch that you're wearing right now. What's it like as not only an astronaut but carrying the importance of being an ambassador of having had the spaceflight experience?
Yeah, being Inspiration 4, and we have a unique patch in the sense that there are no names because Jared didn't know who was going to be the other 3 seats. And so to design a patch where you could see yourself as one of these spots is so significant when you're thinking about this next generation and how to inspire them. And I was really fortunate that I could go and be selected for the Prosperity seat as an artist and a poet by writing poetry and expressing what it meant to create space to inspire. And I think that we need more of that because if we are truly going to make space available for everyone, we want to not just capture the science and technology and engineering people. We want to capture the hearts and minds of all of humanity. And I always say that there's science and art, and there's art and science, and it's our job to create new modern Renaissance people, new modern Leonardo da Vinci's.
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah.
Well, and as someone who's not only an artist and astronaut but a geologist, and the concept of bringing the human experience into the space environment, what do you imagine it'll be like for these 4 humans being able to see part of the far side of the moon that human eyes have never seen?
It is going to be mind-boggling. As a geologist, I can only imagine, I would be I wouldn't want to leave the window, right? I'd be like, get out of the way here, I'm floating in, like, you know what I mean? And to see things that we are just haven't experienced before, right? And to have that perspective, that orbital perspective, and how it changes you, because not only do you get the moon, but you get the Earth rise again, and that leaves an impact. And so I'm super excited for when they come back and they get to share the experience and stories and really humanize it through their own creative lens, because that's what makes a difference. When I was up on our flight, we had the cupola, the largest continuous window ever flown in space. And I remember floating up into it and looking at our planet and realizing I was being bathed in Earth light. And that term came to me just like that. I was like, this is Earth light. And you know, most people know about sunlight, they know about moonlight, but they've never heard the term Earth light. And as a geologist and an artist, I was like, how do we not know this? And so to be able to come back and say, look, there's this thing, this phenomenon called Earth light, and it's the most beautiful light there is. And so I'm excited for them to have those kinds of moments, those little insights that they weren't even expecting to have, and then to come back and share that with us.
Well, and speaking of people having perhaps unexpected moments, your friend and former commander Jared Isaacman, now the NASA administrator, you must be proud, and you know, beyond that, I wonder how you're thinking about his most recent announcement, Ignition, and all the things that he and the rest of the NASA workforce have laid in front of us with the moon base, you know, nuclear propulsion that's on the table.
I am so happy and excited for him. Jared is the most amazing, thoughtful individual. And for him to have this role as the NASA administrator, I can't think of anybody more perfect for the job. And we're seeing that. We're seeing him come with vision and excitement and inspiration. And that's what we need, because it reminds me of my dad and the Apollo era. And, you know, when John F. Kennedy said we go to the moon, that moment, I feel like we're back to that. And we get to go and stay. And you know, I saw you just smile. You got permagrin going, because
you can't help but smile, right?
You can't help but be like excited about this new era of human spaceflight. And what I love about it is that, yes, you know, we've got NASA, they're going to lead the way, but we also have the opportunity for commercial space to come in and play an interesting part in this, and the opportunity for commercial astronauts like me. Somebody said, would I love to go back? Yeah, sure, maybe one day I will, you know, and that gives all of us hope that we may be one of these people.
And you know, just lastly, you know, Artemis 2 is the stepping stone to everything that was laid out in the moon base plan and further exploration. What are you hoping to see? What are you wishing to see as the Artemis generation, as it's been called, really starts to take hold?
Yeah, you know, I am really hoping to see what I laid out in the poem that won me my seat to space. In that poem, I talk about creating a Jedi space, a just, equitable, diverse, and inclusive space for all of humanity. And I really hope that as humanity goes out and becomes Earth's seed among the stars, that we figure out how to work together and bring all of humanity on that ride. Because it's the greatest form of human exploration, and it belongs to all of us, and I love that the United States gets to lead the way and set the example for that, right? We get to say that we're going to go and we're going to do amazing things, but we're doing it for humanity, and we're going to be able to like make our planet a better place as a result of that.
One can only hope.
Yeah.
Astronaut, artist, geologist, Dr. Sian Proctor, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Live long and prosper.
Yeah.
And of course, we will continue to have robust, wonderful coverage of the Artemis 2 mission with fabulous guests like Dr. Proctor. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be making a transition in about 45 minutes time from this stream to the next, but you won't have to do anything at home. Just sit back, enjoy, grab some lunch, and stick along with us for the ride. You're watching Spaceflight Now's special coverage of the Artemis 2 launch.
Awesome.
And we're clear. Time now, L-6 hours, 27 minutes, 13 seconds and counting. If you're just joining us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Artemis 2 mission. Tanking continues underway as most recent update from NASA is that the core stage, liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tanks are both in topping. Liquid hydrogen tank has reached flight levels as well, and liquid oxygen on the rocket's upper stage is beyond a third of the way filled. I want to thank the more than 6,000 of you who are watching along with us live today. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream, allowing some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. Also, big thanks to our moderators again, Jeff Hansen and Aussie Space Girl, for holding it down in the live chat, and thanks as well to one of our channel members, Cumulus Granatus, for helping to answer folks' questions as the coverage rolls on. Time now currently L-minus 6 hours, 18 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. You're looking live at Launch Complex 39B, where the 322-foot tall Space Launch System rocket at Orion spacecraft on top, getting ready to hopefully lift off in just about 6 hours and change. Fueling is continuing to move along well on the moon rocket for NASA. Core stage fuel load is complete, so is liquid hydrogen load on the upper stage. Liquid oxygen load is underway. The closeout crew who will help the astronauts get on board their Orion spacecraft will be staging within the next 20 minutes and then preparing to head out to the pad to get the Orion spacecraft ready for receiving its astronauts. And we are ready to receive our next special guest here at Spaceflight now. You can tell the wind's picking up a little bit here at the press site, so apologies if there's any wind noise there, but we are very grateful to be joined by another illustrious professor from the University of Central Florida, Dr. Carrie Donaldson-Hanna, who is a planetary geologist, principal investigator on an upcoming lunar mission, and an excellent person to talk to about this return to the moon mission. Dr. Donaldson-Hanna, it's great to see you again. How are you?
I'm great, and thanks for having me, Will.
Well, we're very excited to have you. It's, as we were saying before we started this conversation on the program, it's been far too long since you and I caught up, so have to make a point to get back out to UCF and get up with all your students and see more in person about all that is going on. But glad to have you here today, as we've got these 4 astronauts who are going to be heading out to the moon. And one of the cool things about the science on this is that they will be seeing parts of the moon that no human eyes have ever laid eyes on. What are you excited to hear from them and hoping to learn about the characterizations they're able to make, having learned from geologists about what exactly to be looking for?
Yeah, I'm really excited for the astronauts, because to be able to see the far side of the moon, with your own 2 eyes is something that, it's a rare number of people that this will ever get to happen. And certainly the Apollo astronauts got to see glimpses, but not the same view that the Artemis astronauts are going to get to see. And certainly the far side's my favorite side of the moon. It's where all the cool geology of the lunar crust is. And I think having trained eyes by the Artemis astronauts will give us a glimpse into possible unique rock structures that we can't see with spacecraft. Certainly the Apollo astronauts noticed some unique rock structures just by using their eyes. And so I'm excited to see if they'll see anything new and cool on the far side.
And we were able to talk to your UCF colleague Phil Mesker earlier in the broadcast, and he was mentioning that researchers have really, over the last 50 plus years since the end of the Apollo era, taken a lot of time to comb through all of the data, study all of the rocks, the majority of the rock samples that came back from the moon. But as you mentioned, the far side offers a promise that we haven't been able to see with this mission in particular. But then starting with hopefully Artemis 4, if everything goes well with Artemis 3, we'll see lunar exploration by humans at the lunar South Pole. As geologists, what part or what facet of that part of lunar exploration really are you watching for once we're able to get robotics like Viper and humans like the future astronauts down to that region?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the Apollo landing sites, they all come from this really small area on the near side of the moon. And if we were to equate that to what we see on Earth, it would be about half the size of the continental United States. And so when you think about it in that context, we've really not studied a lot of the moon. And so while we have some really cool samples from the near side, there's so much still to be explored. And with the South Pole and with Artemis 4, what's really exciting about that is that's where we think there's volatiles at the lunar surface or in the subsurface. And understanding what those volatiles are, is it water? Is it water ice? Is it OH, or are there other volatiles? That will be really important for understanding what resources there are for future exploration. And so there's lots of cool rocks, but also lots of cool volatiles at the South Pole.
Much to explore there. And speaking of exploration, as I mentioned in the introduction before bringing you in, you are the principal investigator on the Lunar Vice mission. For those who are unfamiliar, can you give them the Reader's Digest version of what Lunar Vice is and when you're hoping to see that take flight?
Yeah, so we're excited. Lunar Vice is a suite of instruments that are going to go on a payload, or sorry, on a lander and a rover to a near side volcanic site called the Gruithuisen Domes. And so using our spectral instruments on the rover, we're going to be moving about and studying the rocks and the regolith that make up those domes to better understand how those volcanic features formed. And we're excited to get our ride from Firefly Aerospace in 2028. That's when we're looking to land.
And, you know, the CLPS program, or for those unfamiliar, the Commercial Lunar Payload Services, still fairly in its infancy. We've seen a handful of missions so far. And Firefly, of course, last year, sticking the landing, able to perform its full deployment of the science instruments on board. Going back to that, when you saw that Firefly Mission 1 touchdown, did that give you just even an increased flutter of excitement, seeing that your ticket to the moon, you know, was able to make the landing perfectly and execute the science?
Yeah, we certainly were pretty giddy, you know, seeing that successful landing and seeing all those images of the lunar surface as the lander was getting closer and closer, and then seeing all the amazing data that they were able to collect across that 10-day mission, seeing an eclipse, you know, collecting data for all the payloads that were on board. We're super excited for Blue Ghost Mission 3, which will take us to the moon.
And of course, you know, we've been talking about the moon extensively, but you as a planetary geologist also involved in research with other rocky bodies, including, you know, being one of the researchers involved with OSIRIS-REx, and, you know, OSIRIS-APEX is in the works, and we're awaiting the return of Apophis. You know, it's an exciting time for those in your research field. What, in your mind, sort of rises to the top of what you're looking most forward to in the next half decade in your field of work?
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, there's so much to happen. There's going to be a mission that's going to Mercury. So ESA has a mission called Bepi Colombo that's going to kick off later this year and really start studying another rocky body without an atmosphere, and that'll give us a better catalog of planets that we've studied in detail and understand how things formed and evolved over time. But I think the thing that I'm really the most excited about is sample return from the moon. Getting samples from the South Pole and the far side to really open up a whole new inventory of rock types to study from the surface or from the Earth is really exciting. Because if we learned as much as we did from the Apollo samples, I can't imagine what Artemis samples are going to tell us.
Well, last question for you, because I know we're grateful to have your time as you're in the middle of a teaching day there at UCF.
Yeah.
You know, in talking to your students about this phase of lunar exploration, what are they telling you is sort of captivating their attention? What are they really wanting to dig their hands into as more and more opportunities become available for their generation?
Yeah, I think the idea of having a sustained presence and being able to do science experiments on the surface of the moon, and then taking that and expanding that to exploring further out into the solar system. And so getting astronauts on Mars and what that means for science and technology development and engineering. They're really excited about that huge, you know, that's a huge playground of space for them to venture off into. And so they're really excited.
A boundless playground for all who want to be involved.
Exactly.
Dr. Carrie Donaldson-Hanna from University of Central Florida Space Campus, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Will. Enjoy the launch.
I hope you get a good view from out there in Orlando, too.
Yeah, thanks.
And stick around, we've got lots more coming up here on the program, including discussions concerning the engine for the Space Launch System rocket, the RS-25, which actually, if I lean the right way, you can see just over my shoulder, we've got one of those out here at the press site. We'll be talking with one of the engineers involved with that rocket engine coming up in a little bit. We're also tracking the emergence of the astronauts who are about to start suiting up in their flight survival suits. Lots more to come as we continue on with this Spaceflight Now special coverage of the launch of Artemis 2. 6 hours and counting to the planned liftoff of the Artemis 2 mission. Countdown progresses as fueling continues on the Space Launch System rocket, getting near the end of liquid oxygen loading on the rocket's upper stage. The other 3 tanks, liquid hydrogen on the upper and lower stage, are both at flight levels, and liquid oxygen tank on the core stage has also been at flight levels for some time. Where we are in the count, we are coming to the bottom of the hour here. The flight crew should be receiving their weather briefing right about now. That'll be followed in about 10 minutes by the interim cryogenic propulsion stage LOX, vent, and relief test, a precursor to the topping operations for the liquid oxygen tank. In between those 2 milestones, we are also looking to see the first glimpses of the flight crew today, who will begin to don their Orion Crew Survival System, or OX suits. Before those milestones happen, just as a heads up for folks that are watching along with us live, because of some annoying YouTube restrictions and the limits for a live stream, we're going to be handing over from this current live stream that you're in into our second and final planned live stream. You won't have to do anything at home. This will be hopefully a seamless handover, and you'll be continuing on with us as we roll on through the rest of the countdown today.